Good morning, Mr.
Good
Speaker.
morning,
I'm on the line. Delegate Otto So.
Good morning. Delegate Charles Noon is on the line. Delegate Charlene So.
Delegate Daniel So.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown is online. Yeah.
Good morning. Yeah, there's been healers on the line for the records.
Mr. Speaker, this is Delegate Herman M. Daniels Jr. I'm on the line for the record, and good morning.
Good morning, Vice Chair Smith on the line. Yeah, they've been on also.
Good morning, everyone. I think we do have a quorum now, so let's go ahead and get started. Again, good morning to everyone that's listening in too as well, and to my colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Yate, Bennett, to all our staff, good morning. Good morning to Mr. President, Vice President. Good morning to Madam Chief Justice over there, on the judicial side. Good morning to all the judges too as well, and to all the staff over there in the judicial branch that's listening in. Good morning to all our listeners out there, all the Navajo citizens, all our citizens that are on the nation or off the nation that are listening in. Thank you very much for listening in, taking time of your day to listen to the Navajo Nation Council. Today, we are actually having our budget session. We did send a notice out on October 16th announcing to not only to the OPVP, but also to the judicial branch and to the sponsors of the legislation and to OMB and the controller's office that we will be having our budget session starting today via teleconference. Today's date is November 4th. We do have this scheduled 4th, 5th, and 6th this week. And then if there needs a more ample time, we do have scheduled on behalf of, just in case, on the 9th and 10th next week on a Monday and Tuesday, right before Veterans Day. So let's go ahead and get this meeting called to order. The time now is 10:17 a.m. Again, this is a budget session via teleconference. Are we recording right here? We're good to go. I am here in the Navajo Nation Council chambers. I have my colleagues throughout the Navajo Nation calling in and also wherever they might be in their homes, respective communities, or their districts. Thank you, colleagues, for being on the line too as well. Presiding is myself, Seth Thaman, Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council of this budget session. So we did call the meeting to order. We will have a roll call to make sure we are official now. So with that, let's get a roll call going.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay, present.
Honorable Paul Begay answered roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown is present.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown answered roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton is present from Sherbrooke, New Mexico. Thank you.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton answered roll call. Honorable Amber Canes Bakrati.
Delegate Amber Canes Bakrati is calling in from Window Rock, Navajo Nation. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canes Bakrati answered roll call. Honorable Speaker Seth Thaman.
Present.
Honorable Speaker Seth Thaman is present. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I'm here. Good morning.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Present.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Delegate Holland is present. Thank you. Good morning.
Honorable Pernell Halona answered roll call. Honorable Jamie Henio.
Henio is present. Good morning.
Honorable Jamie Henio answered roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater present.
Did you see the email I sent?
Honorable Carl Slater answered roll call.
Legislation?
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
I sent out an email.
Present.
Legislation.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Otto So.
I'm here, present.
Honorable Otto So answered roll call. Honorable Charlene So.
Delegate So, present.
Honorable Charlene So answered roll call. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So is present.
Honorable Daniel So answered roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Here.
Honorable Edmund Yazi answered roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair is here.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair answered roll call. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Edison Wanika. Speaker, you have 16 members present, including yourself.
Okay, with that, 16 in favor, 16 present, 16 of our colleagues present this morning. We do have a quorum. That, moving on down, we did have an invocation. This morning, we had a chair, vice chairs meeting, and I think, all chairs for being on the line. But we did have an invocation by Vice Chair Smith. So I'm sure that will suffice, and did a good prayer this morning. So I thank him for that. So I thank you, Honorable Smith. We'll take that in as an invocation for the day. Moving on down, recognizing guests and visiting officials on the Navajo Nation. Colleagues, any recognitions this morning?
Chair, this is Daniel.
Chairman or Honorable Herman Daniels. Good morning.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Speaker. Kodo Kia Kodo Arunan Kodo Sunat Anu Sanigi Kodo. Kia Kodo Ta Sunat Anu Sanigi Arunan Kodo Ta is Ago Kodo Nagaitan. Atana E Kodo E Nan Sudasa Kodo Sik Sanigi. Nicha has to Les Kodo Dam. Ashi Dinostra Shin Kodo Ta is Ago Arunan Nagaitan. Mr. Kodo Nas Kitigi Arunan Kodo Dam. Nagaitan. Is niet anders en zo kodo. Dat is ago kodo hinan zo sagi I see here kodo. Dat is ne dana ko I see kodo e ba here hilne kodo. Adonan kodo nat leniki kodo na reita chapter officials dan DJ ba dice. There's grazing officials, school board e ba dice na leko. So it ya kodo I see here and hidi ni do leseko. Na na so sagi kodo adonan kodo na khego shi kodo e ja dat me to les nana ko arusin wushna nada deal stole ko eri asiba ken san ko dam ko do kin na leniki ko do manan shi lagi ko do eri speaker ko do just want to say thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Any other recognizing guests or visiting officials?
Speaker, this is Delegate Brown.
Well, Brown, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. Ado beshman saan the beshman saan ne pleni ado you kaidon to the nan kitchen days nishigi OLS Speaker's office, Delegate's office, all of legislative branch staff who are always helping. I really wanted to recognize all our Navajo people that have ran for office. I know when you throw your hat in, it's not an easy choice. It's not an easy road to be on. And I know that right now, I just want to remind our people that I think what I was reminded in this election season by my elders is to have kindness and to be respectful of no matter who people are voting for. There's always going to be negativity, but the and I think in the spirit of exercising our civil duty, that no matter what, that we are in prayer and that we respect each other. It takes a lot of grit and tenacity to run for office, and I just want to also express my gratitude to all the indigenous people throughout the United States who threw their hat in. Some have made it again, some haven't. I want to recognize Miss Lynette Graybull. If some of you remember her, she was a young lady from Wyoming who taught human trafficking to our Navajo gaming, and she really educated from her experience through ASU and her own nonprofit. And unfortunately, she did not make office. But what ended up happening was whoever won that position, she brought to light Native American issues, such as human trafficking, such as Native vote, and other issues that would never have come to light. Now, individuals that have won want to sit down with our fellow brothers and sisters. So even if people run and they don't make it, there's a lot of teaching in there. And that's what I'm getting, just reading social media, reading text messages. So it teaches you a lot. And and this day, the day after the election, I know there was a lot of sense of anxiety yesterday of what I was getting. And I just want to thank my communities of Chimbito chapter, Danahutso chapter, and Kayenta chapter and Kayenta Township for really stepping up. And I'm proud that our young people, like Glenn, who is on air a lot of times, and also Joe Baya and other individuals who keep us up to date. And this is a lot on their own time. And it's because they care for our people. It's because that they have love for the nation and the future of our nation. So I just want to express my appreciation and my gratitude to them. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Got any other recognitions, colleagues?
Delegate Paul Begay.
Honorable Yellow Hair, then Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Yellow Hair? Honorable Jimmy Yellow Hair.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was on mute. So anyway, Yate been a speaker. Yate to Shnatanya, Clinton for councilman. I don't know. It's not I don't should not cause. So, Yate to congratulations. So not running. Adana 110 chapters officials. Mini to and Hata easily. Oh, congratulations. Congratulations. Of course, You're not losing anything. You're still with the community. So congratulations to the Shin. Kadon money. Contain up on him net on Argentina, Habana. Jay, I will make a special announcement right here on the Quag is not College Clay Honesna, National Senior Professional Rodeo Association champion, Fritz Runhorse, Teen Roping champion, Canaro Dole, Cornfield, College Clay Honesna, Teen Roping, out of Jules Wabagay won a also National Senior Professional Rodeo champion, bull riding champion, legendary Cowboys. Congratulations, Aro Olson, John Aro. I'm not that here. Those are the Senator Lily. I'm not any good morning. Do you have a good topic? Speak on the here, speaker. Go back on mute now.
Thank you, Honorable Yolair. That moving on down, Honorable Paul Begay on recognitions.
Thank you, Speaker, Honorable Delegates, colleagues, and those on the air today listening in. Good morning to you all. I don't want to sound redundant, but what can you do but congratulate? We have a lot of good leadership going in my area. Very tough races. Are kind of like the same kind of close race we're having nationwide here with the United States presidents. I stayed up at 2 o'clock in the morning watching the results come in for state and national. Finally, I went to sleep. But it was still the same again. It was still close this morning. My area were very close races also. One of my 5 chapters, unofficial tally, as the president winning by 1 vote. And another chapter in my area have a tie for the president. So we might end up having a runoff election. So very close races. I just wanted to congratulate winners and those that are going to be leading us. Let us all pray for them that we get good leadership and good working relationship with the local chapters. Council Delegate Nitlingi, Satanan leadership in Dutch and Shoko. Yatashin Dil Stoles Kodo Nas Neba Nada is Gido Dahanes Nangi. Video by Hinson audition. Let's have a good day of meeting. Thank you. Chair, Speaker.
Thank you. That there's nobody else on recognizing guests or visiting officials. We can move on down. None? Okay, that's going down to review and adopt the agenda. Mr. Rico, if you could read that into the record.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Proposed agenda of the 24th Navajo Nation Council budget session via telecommunication, November 4th to the 6th, 2020. Navajo Nation Council Chambers, Window Rock, Navajo Nation. Presiding Honorable Seth Davis, Speaker, 24th Navajo Nation Council. 1, call meeting to order, roll call invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials to the Navajo Nation. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, reports, none. 5, old business. A, legislation 0224-20. 6, new business, none. 7, closed session announcements, adjournment. Mr. Speaker.
Okay, with that, thank you, Mr. Rico. Could I get a motion?
Motion, Halona.
Motion by Honorable Malona, second by Honorable Nate Brown. That, colleagues, any comments, additions, deletions to the agenda? Going once, going twice. Well, 3 times, go to the board.
Speaker Dufenia.
Chairman Henio.
Yes, here announced to the Speaker announcement. Those in the 24th Navajo Nation Council. This is a special council session, even though we call it budget session. But if I'm in order to the Speaker Damon, I'd like to add. I make an amendment to the agenda to add 275-20 to the agenda to be just as item A, so we can move it out of the way and then get to the budget. That's our motion.
I'll vote second. Delegate Elmer Begay, Speaker.
Chairman Henio, per the code, the speaker has the authority to enact and have a budget session, Navajo Nation Council budget session, without getting any kind of petition or notice from the president of the Navajo Nation. And due to that, the only items that are on the budget session are budget items. And in this case, or historically, it's only been the budget that's on the agenda. So Chairman Henio, in order to put a legislation on the agenda, we would have to have a special session where the special session actually has a petition that says that we are going to be discussing 275-20. So, Chairman Henio, we can't move forward on enacting 275-20 because we would have to have a special Navajo Nation Council session specifically for that. And in order to do that, we would have to get a petition from one of our colleagues or yourself or myself to get 13 signatures in order to move forward with that, or the president of the Navajo Nation would suggest or would request for a special session without getting a petition. So as of right now, Chairman Henio, I can't move forward with recognizing your motion, Chairman.
To the Speaker Damon for that clarification. And with that, let's move forward then with our agenda so we can get the 2021 budget situated for the Navajo Nation.
Okay. For reference, Chairman Henio, if we do get done by Friday, we can have a special session once this legislation is complete on Friday or tomorrow. It's as soon as we can get this done, then we can have a special session for your legislation. With that, moving on down, if there's no other comments, questions on the agenda, let's go to board. Let's vote.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Kelly votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.,
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, Honorable Pernell Halona,
Voting votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo,
Any votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James, Honorable Rick Nez,
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater,
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So,
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So,
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So,
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So,
Oh, except is Doria got except Nana.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Honorable Edison Wanika, Honorable Edmund Yazzie,
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair,
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty,
Delegate Amber Cannon-Clark-Hardy votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland,
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Honorable Edison Wanika. Speaker with the vote of 19 yeas. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Speaker with the vote of 20 yeas, 0 nays. Speaker not voting.
At 20 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. That moving on down, item number 4, reports, there are none. Item number 5, old business. That we are on legislation 0224-20. Let me go, this is an action related to the Budget and Finance Committee and Application Committee and Navajo Nation Council approving the Navajo Nation fiscal year 2021 comprehensive budget, waiving 12 NNC subsection 820I and 860, 12 NNC subsection 201, and 12 NNC subsection 840B. Sponsors by Chairman Henia, co-sponsored by Madam Chair Karate. We do have a motion. We do have a second. Let me go to Mr. Rico to give us a recap, and then we can go from there.
Mr. Speaker, tracking number 0224-20, an action relating to budget On September 23rd, legislation was tabled up to 45 days. Motion by Honorable Herman M. Daniels, second by Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. with a vote of 14 in favor, 7 opposed. Speaker not voting. You do have 2 or 3 committee reports. You have a committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee who recommend that it pass with 4 amendments. 1, replace exhibits A through D with new exhibits A through D as provided by OMB. Page 1, line 14, make the following changes. Section 820I and 860, 12 NNC, section 201 EDSEC, overstrike and before 12 NNC underscore comma and CF 07-11 after section 840B. Page 4, line 8, insert new language as follows. 2, the Navajo Nation fiscal year 2021 personal lapse fund allocation attached as Exhibit H and underscore. Insert the Navajo Nation fiscal year 2021 personal lapse fund allocations as Exhibit H. Page 5, line 23, insert new language as follows. Underscore. Paragraph M, the Navajo Nation Council hereby waives Council Resolution CF-07-11, Resolve Clause, Paragraph 3, in order to allow for the Navajo Nation fiscal year 2021 personal lapse fund allocations as indicated in Exhibit H. The Navajo Nation Council further waives the requirement of CF-07-11 that excess or surplus funds from unexpended personnel funds be deposited into the unreserved undesignated fund balance. End underscore. Page 6, line 8 through 11, make the following changes. Overstrike to develop the Navajo Nation Capital Improvement Plan in accordance with the plan's capital improvement plan submitted by each chapter by the end of the first quarter of fiscal year 2021 and overstrike. Begin underscore. The Division of Community Development is directed to develop the Navajo Nation Capital Improvement Plan in accordance with the plan submitted by branches, divisions, and chapters. This plan shall be developed by the end of the first quarter of fiscal year 2021 and underscore. Page 6, line 13, insert new section 5 as follows. Underscore. Section 5, directed to the Office of the Controller. The Office of the Controller is directed to provide a report of unexpended funds for fiscal year 2020 by program and business until by December 1st, 2020. This report shall be presented to the Navajo Nation Council for its consideration to make a supplemental appropriation to programs with unexpended fund amounts from fiscal year 2020. Any supplemental appropriation of unexpended fund amounts from fiscal year 2020 will be done as an alternative to approving program or division carryovers as part of the fiscal year 2021 comprehensive budget. Renumber letter succeeding paragraph or sections accordingly if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in other committee amendment, which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. 2, requesting Legislative Council to develop a conditions of appropriation. 3, insert the following language in conditions of appropriations exhibit. Conditions of appropriations. 3, the Division of Public Safety Executive Director, Business Unit number 116018 shall establish missing persons unit within the Division of Public Safety by the end of the first quarter. If this condition of appropriation is not complied with by the end of the stated quarter, the Office of the Controller and Office of Management Budget by Oversight Committee resolution shall freeze the responsible entities' travel funds. If this condition of appropriation is not complied with by the end of the stated quarter, with the withholding will be forfeited. Responsible entity, Division of Public Safety, Executive Director. 4, on Exhibit H, A, creating new business unit number, new BU number, Northern Agency Child Advocacy Center in the amount of $1,224,580. B, reducing BU number, Office of the Controller by $50,000 to increase BU number 101017, Office of Legislative Council by $50,000. Directive to the Office of Management and Budget to conform the dollar amounts in the exhibits and the body of the legislation on number 0224-20 to the Navajo Veterans Administration to ensure completion of the program. Budget forms are provided to the Nabakia Committee. You have a committee report from the Navajo Committee dated September 21st, 2020. Legislation was tabled with 2 amendments and is referred to the Navajo Nation Council. Amendment number 1, page 6, line 3, after nation, insert council. Amendment number 2, page 4, line 8, insert new paragraph as follows. Underscore D, the Navajo Nation hereby approves carryovers of general fund unexpended balances from the Navajo Nation fiscal year 2020 into fiscal year 2021 with unexpended operating fund balances for divisions, departments, and programs as listed in Exhibit I. There is a council action report dated September 23rd, 2020. Hello? Okay. There is also a council action report dated September 23rd, 2020. That indicates that legislation was tabled with 10 amendments and stays with Navajo Nation Council. Amendment number 1, amended document titled Navajo Nation FY 2020 carryover into 2021, new Exhibit I, as attached to reflect carryover from Department of Health, the Legislative Branch, the Division of Economic Development, and the Office of Management and Budget and Navajo Nation Veterans Administration. Exhibit I was amended to include Business Unit 101027 Eastern Navajo Land Commission up to $24,860. Additional notes 6520 Consulting 101027 Eastern Navajo Land Commission up to $2,500. Additional notes 6910 Other Contractual. Business Unit 1010 or 103003 Navajo Hopi Land Commission remaining balance 101001 Navajo Nation Council remaining balance 105001 Office of Management and Budget remaining balance. Additional notes 9,000 capital outlay to fix administrative building, 1 workspace or obtain a new facility. Existing air quality problems exist. Affects Department of Personnel Management workspace 2. Business Unit 113011 Department of Health Adultics amount $1,189,523. Additional notes Deltex not to exceed $958,148 for addressing number 7, 11, 12, 13, and 14 of facilities report, $26,568 for personnel, and $204,807 for operating. Consolidate all available carryover funds from all available NDOH general fund business units into 113011. Business Unit 101024, Office of Auditor General and Legislative Branch, amount $250,000. Additional notes for audits and follow-ups regarding NHA DSS performance with compliance, veterans housing follow-up, and veterans trust fund performance and compliance. Business Unit 103015, 103016, 103017, 103018, 103019, 103020. Navajo Nation Veterans Central Administration, Chinle, Crown Point, Fort Defiance, Shiprock, and Tuba City. Remaining balance for all. Additional note, this is a carryover for all in MVA business units. Business Unit 107021, Office of the Controller, Property Management, remaining balance. Additional notes for supplies, maintenance, repairs, and travel. Business Unit 107022, Office of the Controller / Admin, amount up to $150,000. Additional note for supplies, office equipment, contractual services, and repairs. Business Unit 107020, Office of the Controller, Purchasing, up to $40,000 for supplies, repairs, and maintenance. Business Unit 110001, Division of Economic Development, remaining balance. Insert to program performance measure number 2, number of shovel-ready projects per quarter. Trading post shovel-ready projects to completed in quarters 3 and 4. Amend quarter 3 goal number from 2 to 3 and quarter 4 from 2 to 4. Insert the program performance measure number 4, end of sentence. Number of DED presentations reports provided through agency meetings per quarter with the completion of one strategic economic plan by end of quarter 4 FY21. Amend quarter 4 goal number from 5 to 6. Consolidate all available carryover funds from the available DED general fund business units into 110001. Business unit 110003, Division of Economic Development, remaining balance, consolidate all available carryover funds from all available DED general fund business units into 110001. Business unit 110004, the Division of Economic Development, remaining balance, consolidate all available carryover funds from all available DED general fund business units into 110001. 11005, 11006, 11009, 11010, 11011, 11012, 11013, 11015, Division of Economic Development, remaining balance, consolidate all available carryover funds from all available DED general fund business units into 11001. 2, renumber letters succeeding paragraph sections accordingly if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conform to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Amendment number 2, replace exhibits A through D with new exhibits A through D as provided by OMB to reflect amendments made at the Budget and Finance Committee. 2, page 2, line 9, make the following changes. Strike 1 billion, $244,353,093 and insert $1,253,589,642. 3, page 2, line 12, make the following changes. Strike 0 and insert $9,236,549. Insert fund after personal savings. 4, page 2, line 17, make the following changes. Strike $16,410,204 to and insert $16,893,819. 5, page 2, line 19, make the following changes. Strike 0 and insert $483,615. 6, page 2, line 24, make the following changes. Strike $19,923,325 and insert $21,057,009. Page 2, line 26, insert new language. Underscore $1,133,684 personnel lapse fund. 8, page 3, line 1, make the following changes. Strike $1,181,834,512 and insert $1,189,453,762. Page 3, line 4, make the following changes. Strike 0, insert $7,619,250. 10, include revisions to the exhibit titled the Navajo Nation Fiscal Year 2021 Personal Lapse Fund Allocation, which was offered as new Exhibit H at the Budget and Finance Committee. Amendment 3, 1, page 6, line 13, add new section as follows. Underscore, Section 5, directed to programs receiving external funds. Beginning at the start of the second quarter of fiscal year 2021, all programs and departments receiving external funds shall deplete at least 50% of their available external funds before spending general funds for the same line item or purpose. The Office of Management and Budget and Office of the Controller shall not release the applicable general funds to the respective program or department until this directive is complied with, unless there are extenuating circumstance documented in the writing by the respective program and accepted by OMB and OOC. OMB and OOC shall report each program's compliance with this directive at the end of each fiscal year 2021 quarter to the respective Oversight Committee and the Budget and Finance Committee. This directive may be amended by the Non-Executive Committee on recommendation of the Budget and Finance Committee. Amendment number 4, amend the document titled Navajo Nation FY 2020 carryovers into 2021 to reflect carryovers as indicated below. Business Unit 101003, Program Budget and Finance Committee, amount up to $20,000. Additional notes, 3510, special meetings, 12,000 or remaining balance, 3590, budget meeting, 8,000 or remaining balance. The Business Unit 101015, Office of the Speaker, up to $100,000. Additional notes, 3230, personal travel, $10,000 or remaining balance. 4120, office supplies, 5,000 or remaining balance. 4200, non-capital assets, 65,000 or remaining balance. 4410, operating supplies, 5,000 or remaining balance. 6660, attorneys, 15,000 or remaining balance. Business Unit 101017, Office of Legislative Counsel, up to $80,000. 42 additional notes, 4,200 non-capital assets, 5,000 remaining balance. 6520, consulting, $15,000 remaining balance. 6660, attorneys, $60,000 or remaining balance. Business Unit 101030, health, education, human services, up to $20,000. Additional notes, 3230. Personal travel, $20,000 remaining balance. Business Unit 101031, resource development committee, up to $20,000. Additional notes, 3230, personal travel, $20,000 remaining balance. Business Unit 101032, Law and Order Committee, up to $20,000. Additional notes, 3230, personal travel, 2020 or $20,000 or remaining balance. 101033, Nabakiatik Committee, up to $250,000. Additional notes, 3230, personal travel, $25,000 remaining balance. 3320 Air, $10,000 or remaining balance. 6520 Consulting, $165,000 or remaining balance. 6660 Attorney, $50,000 remaining balance. Business Unit 101034, LDAs, up to $45,000. Additional notes, 3230, personal travel, $30,000 remaining balance. 4120, office supplies, $10,000 remaining balance. 4200, non-capital assets, $5,000 remaining balance. Business Unit 103001, Office of the President, Vice President, remaining balance. 2, upon the approval of this resolution of the Navajo Nation Council, the Office of Legislative Council, in coordination with the Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Management and Budget, shall provide a final version of the document titled the Navajo Nation FY 2020 carryovers into 2021. The exhibit will be re-lettered in accordance to paragraph 3. Paragraph 3, renumber re-letter succeeding paragraphs and or sections accordingly necessary, and this amendment shall supersede a consistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Amendment number 5, conditions of appropriations number 4, the Navajo Election Administration Business Unit number 101021, through its director or acting director, in coordination with the Navajo Board of Election Supervisors, by the end of the second quarter, shall define the terms independent and independent entity, as the terms are used in the Navajo Nation codes at 2 NNC Section 871A and 11 NNC Section 321A 14. With intent and purposes of ensuring complete autonomy and self-sustainability of the Navajo Election Administration and the Navajo Board of Election Supervisors in carrying out its powers and duties as specified under Title II and Title 11 of the Navajo Nation Code. If this condition of appropriation is not complied with by the end of the stated quarter, the Office of the Controller and Office of Management Budget by Oversight Committee resolution shall freeze the responsible entity's travel funds. If this condition of appropriation is not complied with by the end of the stated quarter, the withholding will be forfeited. Responsible entity, Navajo Election Administration Director. Amendment number 6, amend the document titled Navajo Nation FY 2020 carryovers into 2021 to include the carryovers as indicated below. Business Unit 11-2001, Program Division of General Services, amount remaining balance, additional notes. Due to the pandemic, all carryover amounts will be remaining operating balances in BU number 11-2001 after reconciliation of what balance occur. These funds are for continued service for DGS. This will ensure a list of priority projects. 11-2003, Insurance Services Department, remaining balance. Additional notes, due to the pandemic, all carryover amounts will be remaining operating balance in business unit 11-2003 after reconciliation of balance occur. These funds are for continued service of IDS. This will ensure list of priority projects are completed. Business unit 11-2004 ISD safety loss control remaining balance. Due to the pandemic, all carryover amounts will be remaining operating balance in business unit number 11-2004 after reconciliation of balance occurred. These funds are for continued service for SLCP. This will ensure the list of priority projects are completed. Business unit 11-2006 telecommunications and utilities department remaining balance. Due to the pandemic, all carryover amounts will be remaining operating balance in business unit 11-2004 after reconciliation of balance occur. These funds are for continued service of NNTU. This will ensure that a list of priority projects are completed. BU 11-2007 Navajo Air Transportation Department remaining balance. Due to the pandemic, all carryover amounts will be remaining operating balances in business unit number 11-2007 after reconciliation and balance occur. These funds are for continued service for AIR. This will ensure list of priority projects are completed. Business unit 11-2008 Facility Maintenance Department remaining balance. Due to the pandemic, all carryover amounts will be remaining operating balances in the business unit number 11-2008 after reconciliation of balance occur. These funds are for continued service for FMD. This will ensure list of priority projects are completed. Business unit 11-2009 Department of Information Technology remaining balance. Due to the pandemic, all carryover amounts will be remaining operating balances in business unit number 11-2009 after reconciliation of balance occur. These funds are for continued service of the IT. This will ensure a list of priority projects are completed. Business unit 11-2010 Records Management Department remaining balance. Due to pandemic, all carryover amounts will be remaining operating balance in business unit 11-2010. After reconciliation of balance occur, these funds are for continued service of RMD. This will ensure the list of priority projects are completed. Business unit 507007 Navajo Nation Gaming Regulatory Office amount $1,300,000. Business unit 120001 Navajo Nation Gaming Regulatory Office amount $58,000. Business unit 113015 Indio H Delta Shiprock remaining balance. Business unit 104001 Department of Justice remaining balance. Business unit 104003 Office of Navajo Public Defender remaining balance. Business unit 102001 through 102015, 102017, 102018, and 102019 Judicial Branch remaining balance. 116011 Department of Criminal Investigation remaining balance. Business unit 103004 Office of Hearing and Appeals remaining balance. Business unit 103010, 103012, 103013, 103014 Indio H Deltix Administration Fort Defiance Crown Point Tuba City remaining balance. Business unit 117001, 117008, 117022 Division of Social Services Administration School Clothing Program, Department of Family Services, remaining balance. Business Unit 116001 to 116011, Division of Public Safety, remaining balance. Also include Business Unit 116013 to 116015, 116017 to 116019, Division of Public Safety, remaining balance. Business Unit 115001, Division of Natural Resources, up to $53,085. Additional notes, administration. Business Unit 115002, District Grazing Committee, up to $101,268. Business Unit 115004, Minerals Department, up to $10,749. Business Unit 115005, Eastern Land Board, up to $36,180. Business Unit 115007, Farm Board, up to $62,366. Business Unit 115009, Water Management, up to $24,505. Business Unit 115011, Department of Water Resource, up to $7,912. Business Unit 115012, Technical Construction, up to $153,759. Business Unit 115013, Operations and Maintenance, up to $132,185. Business Unit 115017, Navajo Nation Museum, up to $41,651. Section Business Unit 115018, Agriculture Department, up to $155,179. 115021, Land Department, up to $82,543. 115023, Forestry Department, up to $4,900. 115024, Heritage and Historic Preservation Department, up to $66,526. 115025, Fish and Wildlife Department, up to $74,775. 115026, Animal Control Program, up to $21,949. Overstrike 11, Business Unit 115027, Department of Resource Enforcement, up to $270,000. Personnel and remaining balance unable to fill positions due to COVID and overstrike. Business Unit 115034, Veterinary and Livestock, up to $27,622. 115035, Navajo Nation Zoo, remaining balance. 115037, Navajo Land Title Data, up to $79,931. 115038, General Land Development, up to $7,557. 115039, Navajo Nation Energy Office, up to $388,760.26. Additional notes operating $388,760.26. Funds will allow to hire energy manager and transmission technical staff. 2, upon approval of this resolution by the Navajo Nation Council, the Office of Legislative Counsel, in coordination with the Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Management Budget, shall provide a final version of the document titled Navajo Nation FY 2020 carryover to 2021. The exhibit will be re-lettered in accordance with paragraph 3 below. Renumber re-letter succeeding paragraphs or sections accordingly. If necessary, this amendment shall supersede consistent language containing other committee amendment, which shall conform to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Amendment number 7. Include and insert Navajo Nation FY 2021 budget documents for Phoenix Indian Center, including program budget summary and budget forms 1 through 6 into the FY 2021 budget in Navajo Nation Department of Education. Amendment number 8. Amend the document titled Navajo Nation FY 2020 carryover for 2021 as indicated below. Business Unit number 109001, Doty Administration, up to $44,281.90. 109026, Doty Office of Accountability and Compliance, up to $320.97. 109017, 109013, 109012, Doty Office of Dene Youth, up to $67,236.84. 109018, Advance Ed, up to $2,959.63. 109006, Navajo Nation Library, up to $2,959.63. 121004, Division of Transportation Roads Department, remaining balance. Additional notes, consolidate remaining balance carryovers amounts for NDOT General Fund Business Unit numbers 121001, 121002, and 121003 into 121004. Program performance criteria number 1 will be updated to account for supplemental funding. Business Unit 113011, Department of Health Deltex, remaining balance. For addressing numbers 7, 11, 12, 13, and 14 of facilities report and other purposes. Consolidate all available carryover funds from NDOH General Fund business units, except for business units 113010, 113012, 113013, 113014, and 113015. which are to be carried over as indicated elsewhere in this exhibit into 113011. Okay. Amendment number 9, the nomination fair budget forms are included in the fiscal year 2021 budget detail listed as Exhibit J of the legislation. The Office of Management and Budget will update and recalculate the monetary totals in the body of the legislation and corresponding exhibits in accordance with Section 3 of the legislation. Amendment number 10, amend new Exhibit I as follows. Business Unit 101021, Election Administration Office, remaining balance 101022, Board of Election Supervisors, remaining balance. 2, upon approval of this resolution by the Nomination Council, the Office of Legislative Council, in accordance with the Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Management and Budget, shall provide a final version of the document titled Nomination FY 2020 Carryovers into 2021. The exhibit will be re-lettered in accordance to paragraph 4 below. Add the following language to the additional notes section of Exhibit I for business unit numbers 103015 to 103020. Before carryovers are expended by business unit numbers 103016 to 103020, the respective agency veterans organization will approve a budget for the carryovers that will be considered by the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee and approved by the Budget and Finance Committee. Before carryovers are expended by business unit number 103015, the Veterans Advisory Council will approve a budget for the carryovers that will be considered by the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee and approved by the Budget and Finance Committee. Renumber related succeeding paragraphs or sections accordingly if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services will notice the sponsor of the legislation is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Per Nomination Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico, and delegates. There have been a request for what Mr. Rico has been read into the record, where we're at so far. For the record, those are all attached to the legislation and the committee report on 0224-20. And if you need them to be sent to you again, we can do that. Just let us know. Which was when? And that was all sent out at 10:27 this morning, colleagues, from Mr. Rico? From Mr. Rico. So with that, colleagues, let me go, before I go to the board and before we go get a further recap from our colleague, let me go ahead and give some time over to our sponsor, Mr. Hino or Madam Chair Karate. Oh, let me bring it off the table. That's, need a motion to bring it off the table.
Motion, Halona.
Halona, table. Is there a second?
Elmer
Second, Paul Begay.
Elmer Begay. That, colleagues, go to, there's any questions? Once, twice, 3 times on tabling motion, on table. Let's go to the board.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canas Belcrotty.
Delegate Amber Canas-Belcrotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canas Belcrotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio.
Green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
Honorable Otto So votes green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Speaker, with a vote of 22 yeas and 0 nays, Speaker not voting.
Twenty-two in favor, 0 opposed. Not voting, motion carries. With that, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to the sponsor as legislation 0224-20. Sponsor, you have 30 minutes. No, 5 minutes at council. That went back to the sponsor, Chairman Henio. Chairman Henio. Did you want to do a recap of the legislation before I go back to the floor?
Speaker Davis, Mr. Nomination Council. We have this legislation before us again this table. Now be back up and all the amendments that
We can't hear anything. Hear nothing.
So,
Chairman Hino, we can hardly hear you.
What about now? Can you hear me now? Hear me now?
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
can hear you.
Okay. As I was saying, Speaker David, Speaker Nomination Council, and we need to work on the 21-22 budget for the Navajo Nation, and let's move it forward, get it passed. We do have all these carryovers that were added as amendments, and even the fine. At the same time, we have the continued resolution, and as you know, what is happening now with the continued resolution has some of the programs and some of the employees in jeopardy as far as when it comes to funding, and at the same time, layoffs, impending layoffs that we have been getting notices from Department of Human Resources. And so, even that without having to impact our employees and our programs, we need to move forward with this on the 2021 comprehensive budget. And at the same time, we did go through all the numbers and everything during the budget hearings, oversight hearings, and then also during the Budget and Finance Committee hearings. And so, it's our time to move this budget forward to the president and for his consideration and his signature before too much time passes again. There are some issues that are coming up as far as layoffs of employees. There is a deadline that was given, notice sent out by Department of Human Resources, as I stated earlier. And so, everything for the sake of our employees and our programs, as they have to move forward with their budget and pay some of their bills, let's deliver these. And then at the same time, I'm also had some issues with the Department of Insurance Services, risk management, on paying the premiums for the Navajo Nation as they rely on their approved comprehensive budgets to make these payments. But under continuing resolutions, they're unable to make these payments, and it's putting our insurance premiums and coverage in jeopardy. So even let's move forward. I believe there's some other amendments that might be coming up, but I'll be mindful that time is of the essence here for the council to get this budget approved. So let's move forward, Shanata. Let's all work together and get this budget moving to the president's office. President is, so therefore you can sign it into law, and then we can start getting the business done. I'm close to that. Speaker Damon, today.
Thank you, Chairman Nino. And with that, colleagues, let me go to the board, and I just want to give you a lineup on legislation 0224-20. I have Honorable Carl Slater, 4 minutes and 40 seconds. Madam Chair Amber Crotty, 4 minutes, 34 seconds. Madam Chair Charles Newton, 4 minutes, 45 seconds. Honorable Mark Freeland, 2 minutes, 58 seconds. Honorable Vince James, 3 minutes, 3 seconds. Honorable Otto So, 4 minutes, 36 seconds. Honorable Elmer Begay, 4 minutes, 57 seconds. Chairman Nez, 4 minutes, 26 seconds. Vice Chair Smith, 4 minutes, 53 seconds. Honorable Herman Daniels, 2 minutes and 30 seconds. With the individuals that I do not have any more time to speak, I have Vice Chair Walker with no time. Honorable Halona with no time. Honorable Chairman Daniel So with no time. Honorable Edison Winika with no time. With that, let me go to the floor. I have a new player, Chairman Edwin Yazzie.
Speaker, members of the council, and to staff and everyone that is listening, good morning. Is the controller online?
Madam Controller? It should be.
Okay.
Madam
like for her
Controller
to-
or Mr. Robert Willie, you on the line? It should be on the line. Oh, today's the day.
Okay. So with that, Speaker, I'll reserve my time until they get online. I do have one comment to them, sir.
4 minutes, 34 seconds. Reserve your time. Is he on the line? We can wait for them. Hold on, Chairman Yazzie.
Mr. Speaker, this is Robert Willie.
There.
Sorry, I was on another meeting right now, so I'm here though.
With that, Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Speaker and members of the council. Mr. Willie, I just wanted to, this is Edmund Yazzie, sir. In reference to the budget that we're talking about and that budget which funds the chapters, I am pleading with you, Mr. Willie. I understand, sir, that you have the CARES Act that you're working on, but I'm going to be talking real quick, just a request. You don't have to respond back, sir. Again, I know you're very busy with your staff on the CARES Act, but sir, reference to the budget, I need your help to approve Mariano Lake's electric project that is coming from the budget ASAP, please. I can't make you, but I'm asking. This has already gone through the SAS. I have left messages with you, Mr. Willie, and with the controller, with the understanding that you are busy with the CARES Act. But all it is needed is an approval from your office, and then elders will be getting their electric project completed. And I know Mr. Hino's got a legislation which is going to tie in with that in reference to the CARES Act. So again, for the record, Mr. Willie and the controller, if you're listening, please, for on behalf of the constituents of Mariano Lake chapter and the elders for their electric, can we get that approved? So that's my comment, Speaker. Sir, I waive the rest of my time.
Thank you. That, Mr. Willie, you want to respond? And then,
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
if I can get a document number or an account number, that would greatly help. If Delegate Edmund Yazzie has that, thank you.
Okay, Melinda, reach out to Edmund Yazzie, see what that number is, and then give it to Rob. Okay, I have Miss Melinda Siaka working with both of you on that right now. That, moving on down, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Floor is yours on legislation. We're on the main motion, 0224-20. Honorable Yellowhair?
Let me reserve my time. Speaker.
One minute,
Did you hear?
58 seconds. Thank you, on. We'll hear with that. I don't have anybody else on the board. Go back to reserve time.
Speaker, Freeland.
I'm going back to the board. Honorable Freeland, you're in the lineup on the board. I mean, reserve time. So I'll come back to you on reserve time. That,
I just have an amendment.
Honorable Freeland, we'll come back to you on reserve time. So let me go down the list. Honorable Slater, 4 minutes, 40 seconds on reserve time.
Reserve my time, Speaker.
4:39. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, 4 minutes, 37 seconds.
Yes, thank you, Speaker and my colleagues. We do have an amendment. Legislative Council did provide that to the staff, if they could read it into the record. Thank you, Speaker.
You have it?
And I reserve my time.
Every time at 4 minutes, 23 seconds. Just for. I don't know if is it, did they just send it over just now, Madam Chair? Oh. Ms. Barbara from Ms. Lowell.
Thank you, Speaker. I spoke with
Ms. Lowell, Ms. Barbara.
Sure, this is Kristen. I think I may have confused Delegate Crotty.
Okay.
Okay, Speaker, I'm sorry, I did not, I had problems getting unmuted, and then I did not hear what Ms. Lowell said, but that amendment was previously sent to Legislative Services on the 23rd at about 6:45 p.m., I think, and I can resend them. But a question for Legislative Services. There were a number of amendments that my office sent previously when at the last budget session. Are you going to need us to be resending those? I don't want to create additional confusion.
You have it? Oh, what is it? What is it regarding?
It's regarding the Veterans Administration. It is the continuing resolution. There's actually two. One was being sponsored by Delegate Slater. One was being sponsored by Delegate Crotty. I can certainly resend those. That's no problem at all. But my question to Legislative Services is, do you need to do all the proposed amendments that were previously sent? Do those need to be resent as the delegates bring them up, or how do you want to handle that?
Can you reset them as they bring them up again?
Okay, we will attempt to do that.
Okay, thank you. Go back up on this one. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, is this in regards to the Veterans Trust Fund? So what is? Madam Chair, Amber Crotty?
Speaker, this is Delegate Crotty. This was in regards to, the continuing resolution for the program, not, as mentioned by Delegate, or as mentioned by President Nez.
What does that say, though?
Speaker, if we need additional time, let me know, but I believe that amendment was ready. Thank you.
No, but what is this? What is it talking about in the trust fund?
Speaker, this is Dana. I have sent both amendments to the amendment section, and Mr. Rico.
Really? Huh? Yeah, oh my gosh.
Who's, oh my gosh, somebody Sandoval.
Speaker, so I'm going to continue. I sent both to the amendment section and Mr. Rico. I've also sent them to Delegate Crotty and Delegate Slaters. There are two different amendments, which, for lack of a better description, we're calling continuing amendments. One is for the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration and Agency Administration. That's one amendment. The other continuing amendment is for the Veterans Trust Fund business units.
Okay.
So both of those have been provided. Thank you, Speaker.
Crotty. So Ms. Crotty, is this for the administration and the trust fund, or is it just for the administration? Because there's two.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. The amendment that I'm proposing is for the administration.
Okay, for the administration.
Thank
you. So this is just administration. So read that one into the record.
Speaker, members of the Nomination Council. 1, delete all detail in the summary FY 2021 budget documents for Nomination Veterans Administration, Central Administration Business Unit 103015 and Veterans Administration Agency Administration Business Units 103XXX. 2, page 5, line 29, insert new section as follows. Section 3, authority for extension of Navajo Nation Veterans Administration budget. A, the Navajo Nation Council has identified a need to obtain more information before approving the proposed Navajo Nation Veterans Administration, Central Administration, and Veterans Administration Agency Administration FY 2021 budget, Business Unit 103015 and Business Unit number 103XXX. B, to ensure that the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration, Central Administration Business Unit 103015 and Veterans Administration Agency Administration Business Units 103016 through 103020 have funds to continue operations during FY 2021. The Navajo Nation Council hereby exercises its budget authority to resolve and authorize that the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration, Central Administration Business Unit 103015, Veterans Administration Agency Administration Business Unit 103016 through 103020 shall receive one half of their FY 2020 General Fund Indirect Cost Fund proprietary Fund Special Revenue and Fiduciary Fund allocation as of September 30, 2020 for the operation of the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration Central Administration and Agency Administration beginning October 1, 2020 and ending fund date. FY 2021 budgets for the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration Central Business Unit 103015 and Veterans Administration and Agency Administration Business Units 103XXX is enacted. C, the budget extension amount identified above shall be based on 100% of the final Navajo Nation approved fiscal year 2020 budget amounts for our business unit 103015 and Veterans Administration Agency Administration Business Units 103016 through 103020 as approved in CS-30-19 and signed by the Navajo Nation President on September 13, 2019. In order to maintain consistency between this budget extension amount and the fiscal year 2020 General Revenue Fund projections, supplemental appropriations made in fiscal year 2020 shall not be included in this budget extension for Business Unit 103015 and Business Units 103016 through 103020. D, in order for the budget extension to be entered into the Financial Management and Information System, FMIS, the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration shall submit extension budgets on the Office of Management and Budget at the level of funding stated in paragraph C above by September 28, 2021. E, this budget extension shall be in effect until all of the following have taken place. 1, the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration NNVA has submitted a proposed FY 2021 budget to the Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory County NNVAC and the 5 agency veteran aid organizations AVOs. The NNVAC will consider the NNVA proposal, consult with the AVOs, and submit a proposed FY 2021 budget to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee for sponsorship. 2, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee has submitted a proposed FY 2021 comprehensive budget resolution amendment to the Budget and Finance Committee, Nabikia Committee, and Navajo Nation Council. 3, the Navajo Nation has enacted a FY 2021 budgets for the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration Central Business Unit 103015 and Veterans Administration Agency Administrations B Business Units 103XXX. F, the Navajo Nation Council hereby waives 12 NNC Section 840B pertaining to the adoption of a comprehensive 12-month budget in order that this budget extension be adopted and implemented. This waiver shall cease to be in effect upon adoption of the fiscal year 2021 budget of the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration Business Units 103015 through 103020. 3, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs or sections accordingly if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsors of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. That is a motion.
Second, Delegate Slater.
On amendment number 11. Number 11 by Madam Chair Amber Crotty. Second by Honorable Slater. Comments, questions, colleagues? Everybody in the queue. Once. Twice. That was sent out to everyone, right? 3 times. Go to board. Number 11. There's no time.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Callan votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati.
Delegate Amber Kenneth-Bakrati votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Phelan.
Green.
Honorable Mark Phelan votes green. Honorable Pernell Holona. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Pernell Holona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Oto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Oto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Albert Gay. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Speaker, with a vote of 19 yeas, 0 nays, Speaker not voting.
19 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting on amendment number 11. Motion carries. That, colleagues, moving on down, back to reserve time. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, 4 minutes, 45 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I actually would like to ask if we could get an update from the Veterans Administration. I understand that they submitted a new budget to us as through email. So can we get Veterans Administration to talk about the budget that they submitted the last time around and then the new one that has been submitted? Thank you, Speaker. I reserve the rest of my time.
Reserve your time at 4 minutes, 24 seconds. We'll go ahead and reach out to Mr. Zorline. As soon as he confirms, then we can go give Mrs. Zorline the floor. So with that, moving on down. Honorable Mark Freeland, 2 minutes, 58 seconds on reserve time.
Thank you, Speaker. I do have an amendment, Speaker, but we're awaiting a response and input from the Office of the Controller and OMB. It's related to the DNR budget. So once we do get a response, we'll wait. Ms. Christian Wool is waiting for that response input. So once we do get that input, I'll be requesting for the amendment to occur for Division Natural Resources budget. Is to avert and avoid layoffs for DNR. Thank you, Speaker. I reserve the rest of my time.
2 minutes, 27 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Vince James. 3 minutes, 3 seconds on the main motion. Honorable James. Honorable James going twice. Honorable James going 3 times. That moving on down. Honorable Otto So. 4 minutes, 36 seconds. Honorable Otto So. 4 minutes, 36 seconds. Going twice. Honorable Otto So. 4 minutes, 36 seconds. Going 3 times. Moving on down. Honorable Elmer Begay. 4 minutes, 57 seconds.
Oh, thank you, Speaker. Out of the members of the Navajo Nation Council, Yate, each and every one of you, out of the staff that are there, and then out of the Navajo Nation employees, and the people that are listening to Yate, Dini, and out of the thank you for Dr. Deja for presenting this legislation. I know that there's been a lot of input that was put together regarding this budget call. Understanding that from my side of my, as being on BNF, Budget and Finance Committee, working with this budget and working with the programs, and we know that this is a different approach that was done. So all this thinking about is that what happened to the nation, what happened to our people, and the money that we're going to use that are being proposed here, the money that came out from our sacred mountain inside our home, is how we can use it towards how we can combat this virus that came into our home. How we could you see that's one of the main significant part of it is that how money the funds that we can use to combat, and what is necessary today and what is not, and what is essential today and what is not. That's one of the focus that we try to look at it. Other than that, how we could use it, this funding to protect ourselves. You see something to get done, then all the way to reach to the people that are in the rural area. We want to make sure this funding reach to those people there. Speaker, I reserve my time.
Two minutes, 15 seconds. Moving on down. Thank you, Honorable Elmer Begay. Chairman Nez, 4 minutes, 26 seconds.
I'd like to reserve my time, Speaker.
Thank you, Chairman. 4 minutes, 24 seconds. Moving on down, Vice Chair Smith, 4 minutes, 53 seconds.
Well, thank you, Speaker. Bishma-san. I'll reserve my time, Ashwada. Thank you.
Or 48. That, moving on down. Honorable Daniels, 2 minutes, 30 seconds.
Speaker, reserve time.
2 minutes, 28 seconds. I don't have anybody else on the board with no comments back to the presenter, so let me go around the horn again. Honorable Jimmy Yellow here, 4 minutes, 58 seconds. Honorable Jimmy Yellow here.
I was on mute. Okay, thank you. Yeah, to the Speaker Fiscal, on Bayan Tige, Aaron Natin, Quite Benny, Fiscal, on Aaron Snyder. I'm supported to say a comprehensive budget 2021 nomination general fund, but there should be no layoff personnel. What I have been seeing, what I kids no layoff, no on the 2021 personnel. I'd like to reserve my time, Speaker. Yeah, Rube, on mute now.
Hey, reserve your time at 4 minutes, 26 seconds. Colleagues. Is there, can I turn the table over to the gavel over to Chairman Nez or Madam Chair Charles Newton or Chairman Daniel So? I'd like to say something on the budget.
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Rick Nez. I'll go ahead and take the helm.
Thank you.
At this time.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I will recognize you to say a few words, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, colleagues, for bringing this legislation forward, Chairman Hino and Madam Chair Amber Crotty. I know that this legislation has been a long time coming. It's been put together with all the puzzle pieces from the executive branch that OMB starts to create back in February and moving forth through the three branches, and then ultimately funneled down to the committees, and then we're back here. One thing that was I guess a significant number was not presented back when we were first creating this budget, and it's something that usually is created and usually is given to us, but moving forward, we've been given this number late this year, and that number is the amount of funding that's in the undesignated unreserved funding balance. And I do believe in the undesignated unreserved right now, there's a little over $37 million that Madam Controller and Mr. Rob Willie have indicated that they would, has funneled in there from the closeout of the reports. And in the past, you have heard, I've heard it many times from Honorable Otto So and from some of my other colleagues at the Budget and Finance Committee level, that we most likely will be in a shortfall going into the 2022 budget next year. So with that, colleagues, I motion the same thing as we've done in the past, moving forward, and that's to move $20 million from the UUFB and saving that for the FY 2022 budget. And I know that that amendment was sent over to the Legislative Council, and I know Ms. Lowell has got that, but that's something I highly suggest that we do, colleagues, especially if we're going to know that our revenues are going down and saving that projection. At least we'll have 20 million additional dollars reserved in the coffers for the FY 2022 budget. So, Mr. Chair, Pro Tem Speaker, that's my motion. If you want to read it into the record.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon, for recommending that you motion to move $20 million from unreserved, undesignated fund balance to fiscal year 2021 budget. And we do, as you said, have a balance of approximately 37 million. I will go ahead and recognize your motion. And I hear Honorable Pernell Halona second the motion. So are there any questions, colleagues?
I have a question.
Honorable Palmer Begay.
Mr. Pro Tem Speaker,
The amendment.
are you willing to read it into record?
One moment, please. One moment. Yes, would you please send us the amendment and read it into the record, please?
For the record, Honorable Seth Damon has 2 minutes and 14 seconds reserved. Amendment 12, page 4, line 12. Insert new paragraph F as follows. Underscore F, the Navajo Nation approves $20 million of the fiscal year 2020 unreserved undesignated fund balance to be set aside for the FY 2022 budget process due to impending projected revenue reductions, and underscore. 2, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraphs or sections accordingly if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsors of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you very much for reading that in for the record. The amendment was sent to all 24 Navajo Nation Council delegates. So we do have Honorable Palmer Begay. Let me give you the floor, sir. Mr. Honorable Begay.
China, around the Speaker Damon. My question here is that I know it's a good idea and trying to reserve some funds for next fiscal year. Is there any impact that is going to be happening to from? I know that we'll be busy with the trying to spend the funds of the CARES Fund up to December. So after December and being January, is there still going to be enough funds to carry over for that again, or is there? That's my question regarding that. Is there any impact that's going to happen to that if we start putting money the $20 million? And is there going to be another one that we will be reserving in the next quarter? What's the plan on it? Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Let me turn the floor, the time back over to Honorable Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon.
Sorry, I was talking to myself. Can you hear me now, Chairman?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
With that, thank you, Mr. Pro Tem Speaker. With that, Honorable Begay, thank you for that comment and that question. As you know, just looking in years past and back since we have formulated the budget going back on to 2017, 2018, 2019, there has been some kind of sufficient budget amounts of fundings that have been given to offset some of the loss, and that was from the Permanent Trust Fund 5-year plan. Now that 5-year plan has come to its 5-year end clause, and we're waiting for this council what we will act on moving forward together with the next 5-year plan. Now, in that portion of the amount of funding from the timetable that we've been put together, 17, 18, 19, and now into 20, we have had significant funding available for us to go ahead and move forward. Now, what your question is asking is, does this have an impact on future expenditures or maybe future any kind of, for, I guess, lacks of purposes of anything that we need for funding in the future? That's what I'm hearing, Honorable Elmer Brigade. If you look into the 18 budget, there was actually some dollars that were set aside from the UUFB. In the 19 budget, there was 10 million, I do believe, dollars. In the 20, in the FY20 budget, the current budget that we're running on for our last fiscal year and into this continued resolution, that budget was put together with a clause in there too as well, that $20 million be saved from the UUFB. So this isn't something that's made any kind of new precedents. This is just something to make sure that we have enough funding for next year's fiscal budget to get us somewhere near that realm of anywhere between 158 to 172 million dollars in order for us to have a supplemental budget, like a comprehensive budget, so we're not laying off as many people as we possibly can, or in order for us to make up that shortfall. Now, if we put this money set aside in there, and like we've done in previous years, we will still have about $17 million available in the UUFB. From the trend from the past 2 years, this council has spent a little over, I would say, $11 to $12 million over a 2-year span for UUFB funds. Now, moving forward, if we're looking at that same trend, we will have $17 million available in possible expenditures that in case if we need to do any kind of future expenditures. So that $17 million will still be available in there. And the clause on by Elmer Brigade for council, for the president, for the judicial branch, any form of initial response or action that's needed to be taken in order for us to funnel or support any kind of funding for our Navajo Nation government. So that's the reason why I didn't motion to take 30 million or the whole entire 37 million. I'm just motioning now to take the 20 million due to the fact and clause generally in order for us to subjugate some kind of future loss of funding that we might have or that we probably will have in the future over the next 12 to 18 months. It's just a reason why. That's the reason. I mean, that's one of the biggest reasons why, as we know, every year our funding balance goes down, general funds revenue balance goes down. And if there's additional funding anywhere that we can save in order for us to look out for next year, I think this is the best in hindsight move that we possibly can make in order for us to continue advocating for a more functional and more direct positive outcome, and making sure that our employees can sleep a little bit better, knowing that at least we took a charge today in saving them and moving forward $20 million to the next year budget. Thank you, Honorable Elmer Begay, Mr. Pro Tem Speaker, Chairman Nez.
Thank you, Honorable Damon. Let me give some time over to Mr. Robert Willie from the Controller's Office to clarify the UUFB amount. Mr. Willie?
Good morning, Mr. Pro Tem Speaker and Navajo Nation Council. Thank you very much. To clarify the amount on the UUFB, during the fall session, the amount of the UUFB was $37,189,207. Subsequent to that, there was legislation CO-81-20, which is the election office, which approved the allocation of $442,583. So the remaining budget balance in the UUFB currently is $36,746,624. And I'll do an updated UUFB here for your records also. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Willie. Next in the queue is Honorable Otto So, Chairman So.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Otto and the Speaker, Navajo Nation Council. Okay, thank you for making this amendment. And what caught my attention is the 5-year plan that is ending. And I think as a legislative body, we need to go back to the drawing table to actually rehone some of those projects that are on there. There's projects on there that are still idling. And at this time, I think we need to move forward to redivert some of those dollars back into the UUFB so that we could have dollars on hand if the Navajo Nation needs to act on related to other emergency needs of the Navajo Nation. So that's just one of my proposals to you, Shananta, because these projects should have been done now. The only ones that should have been still in the works should be the projects that are in the 5-year plan that are on the 5th year. So if there's any projects that's in the 1st year right now, still trying to get their project documents together, we should be able to recapture those dollars. Because we have to have that discussion. The other speaker is that maybe we need to start to have a discussion related to a moratorium on the UUFB because we don't know how long this pandemic is going to take, how long the effect's going to take, and money legislation are very important for delegates. But we have to make sure that we have revenue on hand if we really need it. And as we have this discussion, we need to have that discussion related to, and only in what circumstance can we introduce UEFB legislation, such as for like health needs, or like if maybe something, important things. Reserve my time.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman So, for that. Let me turn the time back over to Honorable Speaker Damon.
Thank you. Comments, and definitely we can look into that again. I know that since this pandemic has started, we haven't had a permanent trust fund 5-year or permanent trust fund task force meeting, and that's something maybe myself and Chairman Hinu can start discussing again and moving forward in that direction. So I thank you again, Honorable Otto So for that. And then the moratorium basis on the UUFB, I think just making sure first that the balance is there, but more importantly, making sure the minimum fund balance is also accurately filled at every point, making us wearable, because if we don't have any dollars in either one of them, that makes us look bad too as well on our upside in the outside market for our creditors. So definitely looking at that and making sure that that's something we always need to address. So yeah, Honorable Otto So for those comments.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon, for your response. I believe there's nobody in the queue. Does anybody have any comments or questions on Amendment 12?
I have a question.
One at a time. Also, Shananta, you can also text 505-422-3203 to put you in the queue. But let me go to Honorable Elmer Begay for his follow-up question.
Okay, Speaker. I just thinking about the funds, the $20 million. So this is just beginning the first quarter. We'll be looking into taking the funds out. I was just wondering, but it's gonna be reserved until when next year, 2022. We can be using that. So is it gonna be, if we keep it in there until the end of the fiscal year 2020? I wonder how much interest it's still gonna make. Can you elaborate more on it, how it's gonna work? Because I think I'm just thinking about if we keep it in there with the rest of the UUFB, it's gonna be making getting some interest on it. So, just can you elaborate more on it, Speaker?
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Honorable Speaker Damon, sir.
Thank you. Just Honorable Elmer Begay, this $20 million, if you remember from last year moving forward, there's always been anywhere about, there's been that hovering $21 million hovering around, and it slowly got dwindled down. Now we're at $16.7 million. And then all of a sudden it jumped up to 37 million. This funding was actually from the closeout from FY 2019's budget. And we barely got these numbers. And from the closeout of FY 2019, that 20 million, that additional funding that came about, that's where it is now. That it didn't happen just from one quarter. This was actually a closeout from FY 2019. Now, moving forward, to keep these dollars, I'm not too sure where the controller is actually going to park these dollars. As last year's budget, there was a same. This was a mirrored act that was done from the previous year's budget, and I don't know if the controller parked those dollars there at just a short-term investment with Wells Fargo, or if the controller indicated that she would park this $20 million at a long-term investment somewhere else. That would be a question on what kind of interest base that this funding would get. And that would be a question that you would ultimately ask the controller to see where those dollars would be parked and how much interest that these dollars would be retaining over that span of period, because you're correct, these dollars would not be utilized until October 1st of 2021. That's where these dollars are being set up to be saved for, is for that budget. So almost a little less than a year, 11 months, these dollars wouldn't be utilized. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon, for your response.
You think so?
Honorable Charles Noon, was that you that spoke out?
You think so?
Excuse me? Yes, you,
Yes,
Honorable Stowe, I'll put you. Okay, Honorable Charles Noon, floor.
Thank you, Shana. Honorable Rick Nez. Speaker, thank you for introducing this legislation. I'm sorry, this amendment, actually. The $20 million set aside from UUFB. Can you remind us again what the revenue projection will be for the next 12 to 18 months? I was also looking in the BIMS booklet on page 27, of course, under the definition of the UUFB. The last sentence does say that the unreserved, undesignated fund balance shall not be utilized to fund recurring expenditures or operations of the Navajo Nation government. It sounds like there's some limitations already in place with what the UUFB could be used for. And when we're talking about preserving jobs and making sure that our employees are covered and that we don't have to lay off any employees, is that considered to be expenditures, recurring expenditures, or is it considered to be operations of the Navajo Nation government, which would mean technically we would not be allowed to use UUFB funds for that. My last question is what is basically the percentage of employees that we could possibly be looking at laying off because of the revenue shortfall? I'm also concerned about that as well, but I don't know if we've ever had an in-depth discussion on the revenue projections and also the result of what could happen if if the revenue keeps going down. And then at what point are we going to have to start worrying about laying off individuals? I reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Charles Noon. Honorable Speaker Damon, your response, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair Charles Noon. Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem Speaker. To answer your question, your first question, I don't have those numbers in front of me. I just, if you look on the controller's last report, I think during the fall session, she sent out a report, and in that report is the updated revenue projection. So if that's a question, I think that question could go to the controller. The second question is, yes, these dollars, we will have to put a waiver in the legislation for FY 2021 in order for us to utilize these funds, because these will be utilized for governmental use and for recurring funds. So it has been done in the past, and we will continue to do it in the future. We just now signed dollars into law. The council just now passed a UUFB legislation for $400,000+ for the Navajo Nation to have an election, and that's considered recurring costs. So we had to do a waiver on there, and that made that waiver for us. We had to get 16 votes in order for us to pass that legislation. So in the past and the future, we will definitely be utilizing UUFB dollars to fund this Navajo Nation government. So it would just be coming down to us as a council to decide if we're going to utilize those funds. And if we're going to utilize them, we would have to do a waiver of those subsections in the Appropriations Act, Madam Chair. And then last, on your last question, I'm not an economist. I can't tell you how many people we're going to have to lay off, but I'm sure the controller's office can give you a mandate of what our projected revenue for is next year without having a 5-year plan in place from the permanent trust fund and without having 20 million additionally to from the UUFB set aside. So again, colleagues, this isn't something new that we're doing right now. This is something that has been done in the past. I'm just here to motion this, and because I feel like that we need to set aside this additional $20 million in order for us to have a more thorough, comprehensive, safer budget for the FY 2022 period. So again, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon. Let me go to Honorable Herman Daniels. You have the floor, sir.
Point of privilege.
One, please. Honorable Newton, what is your point of privilege?
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem, Honorable Nez. Just really quickly, I'm looking in my email right now for the fall session update. Could we either get information on who sent that out so we can look through our emails to look at that number, or could we have that information sent out again? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Newton. Staff, could you send that out, please? The information requested. Thank you. Let me go to Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Pro Temp Speaker. My brother, Delegate Chairman Nance, Hasan Taka, Arunana, Shanato Ahmed Senegi, Arunana, Shuta Yazu, Mr. Speaker, amendment in Laki, 20 million. In Nashonto, National Hunahot, Saipa, the no Ecuador amendment in Lacodo, Aronan Quado, Ayaban, this case, the Quado Dam, Aronan Quado, Benida Kittens and the Shama, Quado, Nagadam, Delegate Charles Noonan, I critical revenue projection, Nagadam, Quado Don Le Hunahot Edge, the Quile Basin, Hanan, Deto less, even I Deskills and I dine I Deskid also. Nagayta, Antonis case, Nagayta, the Queen of Hegoshin, Antonis case. It that I see for the Beso is on Hashis, Nikin Navajo Nation, Quito Beso, Yana, Deho, but could I see it on his own nation, look at the to the state, I see it or Horn Nation, our revenues. Or the Horn Mexico, Nagayta, Beso Yana, in there. With oil to the Navajo Nation Parks and Recreation added up basically. Yahanan Dande in a very proprietary funds, Ebinan Dande Kade that this year I was like, Ladako, Adonana Kodona Gaidam, Navajo Nation, Kodo business owners, there. Navajo business owners, and at AJ Club, hotels that like that, yes, in Monument Valley, so that there's a big hotel that's being operated by our own Navajo family. Hot tax, hotel occupancy tax. Nation Echo this year identical because of the COVID-19. Given then no business, of course, so everything's just idling. And no dollars is going into the coffers. So I don't know what it's going to be like from here to Navajo based on nada Hashine not based on Hilianan Beto Lesico. I don't know looking at this 20 million since we're still in this pandemic, I don't know what it's going to be like the next several months. I don't know what it's going to be like with the cases going up again. I don't know if we're going to be looking towards UUFB. That's nana to less that Elban that's case for I then each other days I don't know the CARES Act based on big so yeah that care what yeah see I thought that things like that December 30th she for sure they don't go so yeah the advances case but what I do which now December 30th when the hot had a late peso they hanane nisto let go so with this 20 million I'm just wondering if it can be lowered down to like 15 million. So the advances can go for 15 million or even 10 million. Though just don't not so advances been not the snake with COVID-19 and a bit crazy been not quite so not she has it all let go had it based on height so that advances can go so it is out only for Mr. Pro Temp Speaker could thank you very much and reserve time.
Thank you, Honorable Mills. Honorable Speaker Damon, your response, sir. Honorable Speaker Damon.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm just thinking, colleagues, we have 37 million in there now, and 20 million is what this amendment is to move forward. So that would leave $17 million left in the UUFB. But if we're going down the path, and I honestly understand what you're saying, Honorable Daniels, and these CARES funds only last until December 30th. If there's anything else in the future that's going to be tied to it, you can do that. So if 15 is the will of the council, I mean, I just want to make sure that we're saving something in the future. And in the past, it's been 20 million for the past 2 years. And that's the reason why, as we know, 20 million helped out significantly for FY 2021 budget. We wouldn't have got back up to our minimal standard of over 160, and we would definitely had to lay off a lot more people. And we're still laying off some individuals right now. So, Honorable Daniels, 5 million or less, 15 million to move forward.
Speaker Damon?
Yeah, I'll agree to the amending party.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let me go to Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So, you have the floor, sir.
Chairman, Speaker Pro Tem, you would need to check with your second on the modification.
Alona.
That would be Honorable Halona.
Okay. Honorable Halona.
I'm here, Speaker Pro Tem. Can you hear me?
Yes, Honorable Halona, go ahead. You have the floor, sir.
I think that 20 million should stay the way it is now. I don't really foresee, since the council, the average has only been spending up to $11 million a year. I don't know that any other big expenses or big projects are going to come along. I think we can stick with the 20 million. I'd rather do that. Pro Tem?
Thank you. Do you have a response, Honorable Speaker Damon? I believe it's just
No,
a
if
recommendation on the law.
Honorable Alona is the second motion. If there's $5 million short, I'll find it somewhere. We can find it together. So I'm good with Honorable Herman Daniels requesting that 15. I'll work together with Chairman Hino and members of the Budget and Finance Committee to hunt down $5 million more from somewhere in order for us to make up that if there is that shortfall later on in the future. So I'll stay with the 15 million. Because we still have to remember the permanent trust fund 5-year plan is available too as well, and we can get $35 to $40 million right off the top of the first cuff in order for us to go ahead and still cover that shortfall with assistance too as well.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable, who's this?
This is Alona.
Okay. Do you have a follow-up, sir?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker Damon. If you can find that $5 million somewhere to put it in there so we can get that back up to $20 million, I'll go ahead and okay that.
Okay.
Pro Tem.
Thank you, Honorable Alona. Let me go to Honorable Eugene. So you have the floor, sir.
Speaker, do occasionally alone. Did I not just in the Halet? Ni chill as an event so ye. Sunday banda to Ajo what age. I could all should have opened this case of the 20 million 15 or Saki. So it's about $100 on any able card that is on dollars. Create a basket cutter. Had age she has on she has on she betas. It actually don't is very your cast. Even Nashati described has on the age actually $8. Some code, some section regards to the funds. Even message on energy that would really identify our numbers and what we're talking about instead of just saying UUFB. $1,000 and so on. Over in this case, that way I would know where it stands within the code, where it stands, how to be used, this funds should be used, and when, and etc. Speaker. Otherwise, we're just talking about the money. On Sonus and Shirogo. I'm pretty sure there's something that identifies this, some numbers, code sections. I'm sorry, that's my thought. So all these things to time. Thank you.
Thank you. You have reserved time, Honorable Eugene So. Your response, Honorable Speaker Damon, sir.
My response is to Honorable Eugene So, the undesignated unreserved funding balance. If you heard Madam Chair Charles Newton indicate what the UUFB is supposed to be used for, it's mainly used for non-recurring. That's what it's supposed to be used for. Non-recurring governmental, I guess, usage. In this case, as in previous cases, numerous cases, that UUFB has been utilized for governmental and expanded out, but from non-recurring to recurring. So in this case, reading directly into it, if we are going to be utilizing any UUFB, the UUFB would be utilized in any sort of fashion to help assist funding the Navajo Nation government in the year of fiscal year 2022. And in that, That's all this amendment is savings these dollars. But at that time, just like I indicated to Madam Chair Charles Newton, what will be saved for will be for non-recurring and recurring funding. So there will actually need a provision to be waived in that in order for us to utilize those dollars at that time. Honorable Eugene, so.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon. We have Chairman, yes, who's this?
Pro Tem, can I ask a question back?
Okay. Honorable Eugene, so go ahead and do your follow-up question.
I understand what Eugenia, my daughter, said, and also what you're explaining, Speaker. I just want to know, like, let's say, example, we're going to give a citation to somebody, there's numbers on it, and the title and what section. That's where we give that citation to that person, so he'll know why he's in jail. But the same way as our undesignated funds, this one also should have a code on it, numbers on it, where and how we're going to use. So if we put those numbers within your amendment, that would really identify what we're talking about. Otherwise, it's just in there. Or that's how I see it anyway. But if we would identify those numbers, how to be used, those numbers, the sections, how to identify how it's going to be used, and that's how we're using it within this amendment. I would really favor it that way. Otherwise, it's just the numbers and some words. That's it. That's how I see it. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. So, Honorable Speaker Damon, your response.
I'd refer to Legislative Council as they're the one that wrote the amendment. And in that amendment, I mean, one thing that could be added on is, I think it's subsection or Title 12, subsection 820. I don't have the code in front of me. I don't know, Ms. Barbara, Ms. Lowell, I need your assistance on getting where it specifically states in the Appropriations Act the usage of undesignated, unreserved funding balance. I don't know if that's 820A or C. That would be my
Ms. Lowell?
suggest.
Speaker, this is Kristen.
Okay.
I'm not entirely sure that I understood the numbers that Delegate Eugene So is requesting. If I could get clarification on that. And then your Speaker, what reference were you looking for regarding the UUFB, please?
You. Honorable Eugene So, could you state your question for clarification to Office of Legislative Counsel? I won't take it from you. I'll keep your time.
Okay, Tom. My request in layman's term, pretty sure the UFB is identified within the code somewhere with a section. If that money is to be reserved, etc., and how it should be used, etc. And when, regarding to the money that we're talking about, where we're going to take it out and put it to 22, regards to that, I'm pretty sure that there's identification number, how it identifies that one in this section. I don't see it on the amendment. That's what I'm trying to verify it to myself with my layman's term, with those language in there in the amendment. It doesn't have the language where this thing is identified within the code or the section, UUFB funds, and how it should be used on the when. That's what I'm trying to figure out with myself. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So, Legislative Counsel.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. So the reason that I did not reference the mechanism of spending the UFB is because we're not actually doing that in this amendment. This amendment is taking money that would be otherwise available in the current fiscal year and putting it aside so that it is not spent. So when we do the waiver language, we are allowing for an expenditure of current year funds for a recurring expenditure. So this is actually not an expenditure. It's just taking something that would otherwise be available and putting it off to the side. So that's why there is no waiver language. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Ms. Lowell. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Damon.
Thank you. I'm just trying to think how I can positively address Honorable Eugene So's concern. I don't know if we put in 820F in there, that's what talks about UUFB, but in there it also identifies what it is for, and that clarifies what Ms. Lowell said too as well. So I just go with what Ms. Lowell has indicated, Chairman Reyes.
Thank you. Let me go to Honorable Chairman Daniel So. Chana. Ashehatla Satilla, Speaker Pro Tem. Ado Satilla, Speaker Seth Damon for sponsoring this. Ado Shanantai, 24th Navajo Nation Council, and all the folks on the call. Basically, I was going to vote green on the 20 million. You know, take 5 million back out 15. Look at a question be his army. Got a wave and not a metal lehigi or your be or you done gasoline or you to been 20 million Kajoto Lake 17 acreage. In the meantime, both of those funds are still gonna grow. Kasi sa binane dito. The stock market, igi RJ, that's at me, Nello. So AD, and it's really not tied to the oil and gas or royalty income. Long-term, mid-term, short-term investments. Ni Madam Controller, that ni to leki aja e bohol ni to lek. E kwagi sato be de students on yet. Sunan I kwagi even na 15 million I'm gonna vote red on it because I think it's very prudent and we'd be better off exercising our fiduciary responsibility if we put 20 million away. Without able has to listen Shanant I Quaggy. Thank you. I appreciate the time and without able has to listen. Back to you. Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. Thank you, Chairman. So I understand that you spoke in favor, that there's no question. So we go back to reserve time. Honorable Chairman Otto So, you have 2 minutes and 41 seconds, sir.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Honorable Daniel So, we're saying to keep it at 20 million. We cannot mess around with this, guys. 20 million, no, no, need. I don't know, you what do yeah, I'm sure Nabil, so so I don't know, we still haven't, I guess the audit for FY, nomination audit related to the FY 2020 leftover dollars from the FY 2020 budget. I thought so I do agree that we keep it at 20 million. I don't know, Mr. Speaker. Again, we need to go back to the 5-year plan and reshore up some of those unspent dollars for the purpose of the nation's, the state of the nation. The other is that, I mean, if we don't start looking for monies for what we have now, we're going to have to face layoffs. Who are we going to send home? For 2022 because of the revenue shortfall. We need to shore up as much money as we can to try to make sure that 2022 budget year, we do have enough monies to run this nation with the current staff. But if we do not prepare for it, you're going to be pushing the button to send somebody home. And 2020 is your election year, thank you. 2022 will be your election year, but right now I agree with the 20 million. If it moves forth as a 15 million, I'm going to vote against it. But I would like to reconsider $20 million. Make sure you stay there and you stand your firm. And the motioning party and the seconding party, please keep it at 20 million. Go ahead. Wait my time.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman So. There was no question, but you spoke in support of the amendment. Elmer Begay, Honorable Begay, you have no reserve time. Honorable Noon, you have 3 minutes and 50 seconds. Over.
I reserve my time.
Okay, reserve time still at 3:15. Honorable Chairman Daniels, you have 11 seconds on reserve time, sir.
Thank you, Protest Chair Speaker. Thank you for the not 15 million. We're still in this pandemic, so even not after January, there was about 5 years ago. But $20 USD on some the $20 Thank you.
For the privilege.
Thank you very much for that, Honorable Daniels. You have no reserve time. Point of privilege by Honorable Chairman Otto.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pro Tem. I did ask the Speaker to reconsider his amount to leave it at $20 million, not at 15. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me go to Honorable Eugene So. You have 3 minutes and 33 seconds.
Say Nana, the Columbia has Ashti. Reason being is my grandpa's sheep herding layman's terms.
I'm gonna do that.
Somebody's playing hide and seek. He did basically don't. He wasn't over gas. He on this, and I would feel it would be better if it's a separate legislation, to accompany this legislation 224. Council,
It's just special got Zondo on that and so on. We don't have piggyback now, so 224. That's just not kindly. That's me bazın yendi. Şimdi ayda bazın yendi. Latin in the gate or so. So I actually this on someone just is outside now. So the one that are educated would read it in a different actually I be because the ticket you must need all this. The should over and a complicate but it should be written. The best one on there and so on. I don't have anything problem with the 20 million, the 15 million, etc. As long as we have the people, but it just has to identify itself as it goes through the process more legislatively. That's how I'm trying to clarify it to myself, trying to understand my grandpa, the one that's talking to me all the ways. Once all you I don't care. Thank you. My time.
Thank you. Honorable Damon, your response, sir?
Oh, well, first, my response to going back to Honorable Otto. So, in consideration with Honorable Herman Daniels' request to modify back to 15 million, let me, is there any way, Mr. Chair, I can be recognized to ask Mr. Robert Willie, what is in the minimum fund balance? That number has not been given to us in the controller's report. That minimum fund balance is utilized for emergency reasons. And I don't know if that minimum fund balance is still hovering around 17 million. That was the last time I looked at it. And if it is, then that'd be enough dollars to suffice to cover that 5 million spread, so I could go back to the 20 million. So Chairman Pro Tem or Speaker Pro Tem, if Mr. Willie could answer that question, then I can go back to Honorable Otto's response or comment and request.
Thank you. Mr. Robert Willie, your response, sir?
Pro Tem Speaker, this is Controller.
Madam Controller, you have the floor.
Oh, good afternoon, Pro Tem Speaker and Council. So usually the number that we give, the UUSD balance, we usually take into account the minimum fund balance in order to arrive at the number that we give out. So we usually have a fund balance, and we take out the minimum fund balance, and then we arrive at the balance that you all get. So we did net and this is in accordance with Resolution CJA 07-06, and so we reserved 10% of the Navajo Nation's General Fund operating budget for the prior fiscal year, minimum fund balance. And so in order to arrive at the $37,189,207, that is the last update that I gave, we did net out the minimum fund balance, and that one is $16,518,700. We arrive at the 37 million. So since that $37,189,207, we did net out the election office resolution ADG. That was $442,583. So the new updated that we have is the $36,746,624. So that would be the new balance after we took out the election office ABA allocate appropriately ayanki isha. So edeya hota akahap.
Thank you, Madam Controller. Honorable Speaker Damon.
So there it is, Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem Speaker. Thank you, Madam Controller. Thank you, Mr. Willie. With that, the 16.7 will be left in there if the 20 is going, plus they have that 16 reserved in the minimum fund balance. So that should be sufficient enough if there's any further pandemic. So with that, I greatly consider to taking that request and going back to the original modification as recommended by Honorable Halona too as well.
Okay, so for the record, Honorable Speaker Damon, Honorable Otto's request to modify to keep that 20 million, you agree?
Yes, because what the controller just indicated.
Okay. Honorable Halona? Concur?
This is Halona. I agree 100%. Back to 20 million is, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Halona. And I believe Honorable Daniels, we're back to your reserve time. Honorable Daniels.
Wait time.
Thank you. Honorable Eugene So.
Hey, I was waiting my time. Go ahead.
Thank you. Honorable Charles Newton, 3 minutes and 15 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem, and also Speaker. I'm not able to open the PDF document, and I sent an email indicating that I'm not able to open it. So since we have the controller on the line, Madam Controller, can you tell us what the revenue projection for the next 12 to 18 months is? Thank you. I reserve the rest of my time.
Thank you, Honorable Charles Newton. Madam Controller, please. Madam Controller.
Pro Tem Speaker Otto, Council Otto Shaderiki United Kidiki. The information that's really helpful is if you, I don't know if anybody has their BIM. It is in the BIM as well. We did do a revenue projection. It usually kicks off the budget process. So I did send that out, a revised one. It usually is due in March, and then I revised it in May 1st. If you recall, we did have some market fluctuations, especially in the oil market. So we did have to revise because of that. So in terms of the, if you're in the BIM, it's Exhibit B, and it's in the beginning of the booklet. That's a 3-branch agreement, and that provides a good summary. So the general fund revenue projection was $113,507,000, and so that's after the set-asides are netted out. So that's what the net total general fund revenues are projected revenues. So keep in mind they are a projection. So again, we try the best we can, especially during these times because of the pandemic. The market's volatile. We don't know what the oil prices look like, etc. We all don't have a crystal ball. So our office tries the best we can given the information. So the other thing that is going into the budget, is the 25,477,000, and that's the permanent fund interest. And then also the other source would be the $10,958,583. That's the permanent fund contingency. And then also the other source of funding would be the $17,057,417. So if you tally all of those four items, then it comes to $167 million. So the three branch agreement, if you have it, and if you have your BIM booklet, it gives a good summary. I know that's more information, but I thought it was helpful, so I have.
Question of privilege?
Thank you, Madam Controller, for that. Honorable Chairman So, what is your point of privilege?
Yes, my point of privilege to the or to the controller. You just talked about the oil projection and how our oil is volatile to the market, and the oil that we receive based off of the agreement from the Ennis oil fields through Navajo Oil and Gas, that we get in royalty. We don't get a check from them, but we get a royalty payment, and the nation receives it in oil, and it's volatile to the market. Why is it that you are not hedging our oil at decent prices rather than allowing our oil being subjected to the market? Because if you hedge our oil, you would get a better marketplace for hedging our oil at a higher rate, and at least you have room to make some money back, make some dollars on it. But right now our oil is not hedged, and it's subjected to the market. If the market goes below down to $20 a barrel, our oil will be subjected to that. But hedging our oil, which the nation is not hedged, really puts us in a unusual predicament if the oil prices shall fall again. Thank you.
Madam Controller, may you answer the question of privilege, please?
Otto, Chair, Pro Tem Chair, members of Council, Otto Shija, Ebenaitis Kidiki. So we get that question a lot. In fact, about a year and a half ago, we looked into it and we were ready to do it. Back then, the pricing were around the $60 per barrel pricing, which would have been the right time to do it. But at that point in time, the Minerals Department was not really comfortable with doing it. I guess I would describe it as that. Even though we approached them and said, what do you think? Can you get us the information, etc. So we were unable to do it. We thought it was a good time to do it, and we thought, just like you, on the Bonson Kesi tau ade benaitis kidi tau nihito ahutau itang tati nistati nine ado azada. So but at this point in time, it's around the $40 per barrel mark. So now wouldn't be the right time to try to hedge. In fact, we would have to wait for the prices to go back up, and if we're going to do it, then that would be the time. So we'd be on the other side. So yes, we did look into it about a year and a half ago when the pricing was up, and Minerals wasn't really on board with us, and then so had we done it, it would have been a different story for sure. But today, it's not the time to do it. with the pricing being the way they are. So we'd have to wait for the pricing to swing back up to do that. Just so you know, oil pricing has been fluctuating in this past year due to a number of things, not only the pandemic, but also monetary policy. And then also, as everybody is aware, I'm sure the markets have been fluctuating in the last 24 hours because of the election. So all of those other factors play into the volatility of the oil pricing. The other thing would be global, like whatever OPEC does. Those are all factors into oil pricing as well. Supply and demand worldwide, those have an implication. So,
Chairman, I have a point of privilege again.
Thank you for your response there, Madam Controller. Honorable Chairman So, what is your point of privilege?
Thank you very much. It's related to the same questions that I asked, my point of privilege here, and our oil, our resources. If we would have hedged these prices in January, you would at least lock in about $62 a barrel. Right now we're subjected to about $40 a barrel, maybe even lower. So that revenue there is on behalf of the Navajo people. The oil and these oil.
Chairman So. Chairman So.
Thank you.
Chairman So, what is your point of privilege, sir?
Well, why? Well, I mean, I'm just frustrated that our controller has not hedged this thing.
Thank you.
Pro Tem Chair, can I just answer and clarify more?
Madam Controller, while we're on the topic of this hedging and oil prices, could you, I'll give you some time to explain so the full council can understand the hedging and the oil prices, the volatility. Thank you. Go ahead. Madam Controller?
The reason why is I do get thrown under the bus a lot, and this would be the same scenario. The reason why I want to clarify this is because on our own, as the controller and the office of the controller, we needed the minerals department because they are the ones that know, they're the subject matter expert as far as the production, the nation's volumes, and so forth. So we don't have that, intimate knowledge of that production information. So when we looked into it, we lined it up and we approached them and said, what do you guys think? Because we need them. I needed them to make this happen, and I did it. But they didn't want to do it. So I guess blame me again for that. So I don't know how to say it. I can't do this thing without minerals. And if minerals was not on board, they weren't on board. So we can sit here and say, whoa, I wish we had done that. It would have been a different scenario, but I don't know what else to tell you. Right now, the price is not good, but if the next time I'm in the same position, minerals is not on board with me and they don't want to do it, I guess I'll just come to you guys and you can make them do it. So that's all I have to say about that. So I hope everybody understands. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Madam Controller. We still have reserve time by Honorable Charles Newton, 3 minutes. We don't have anybody in the queue. Honorable Charles Newton.
Thank you for that, and also the discussion regarding the hedging of oil.
I don't have any questions at this time. I guess the only thing that I do want to say is I will vote red if it's at 15 million. I will vote green if it's at 20 million. With that, I waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Charles Newton. I believe the figures are still at 20 million as requested. There was no modification, no agreement to the modification, so it's still at 20 million. There's nobody in the queue, no reserve time. Are you all ready to vote? Honorable 24th Council, Sananta. Any questions, comments? Going once, twice, 3 times. Let's go to the board. Vote on Amendment 12. Staff.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Doug Allen votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canespa Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon.
Thank you. I vote green.
Honorable Speaker Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green via text. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhead votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Paul Begay.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Vince James.
I vote green too. This Delegate Elmer Begay.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Speaker Pro Temp with a vote of 21 yeas and 0 nays. Speaker Pro Temp not voting.
Thank you very much. We have a vote of 21 in favor, 0 opposed. Pro Tem Chair not voting. Motion carries for Amendment 12. Thank you. I will now hand the virtual gavel back over to Honorable Speaker Damon. Sir.
Thank you very much, Chairman Nez, and thank you, colleagues, for that favorable amendment. That, colleagues, I don't have anybody on our, what Honorable Chairman Yazzie say, in our sheet pin or on the board right now. No one in the queue. So let me go back to reserve time. Honorable Slater, 4 minutes, 39 seconds.
Speaker, I'd like to offer the Veterans Trust Fund Amendment. I reserve my time.
Okay. 4:36. That. Who wants to read into the record? Staff. Mr. Rico.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Council, Amendment Number 13. 1, delete all detail and summary FY 2021 budget documents for Navajo chapters, veterans, trust funds, business unit numbers 703XXX-2 through 703XXX-6. 2, page 5, line 29, insert new section as follows. Section 3, authority for extension of Navajo Nation chapters, veterans, trust funds budget. A, the Navajo Nation Council has identified a need to obtain more information before approving the proposed Navajo Nation chapters, veterans, trust funds, business unit numbers 703XXX-2 through 703XXX-6 FY 2021 budgets. B, to ensure that the Navajo Nation chapter veterans organizations business unit numbers 703014 to 703124 have funds to continue operations and provide financial assistance during FY 2021. The Navajo Nation Council hereby exercises budget authority to resolve and authorize that the Navajo Nation Veterans Trust Fund, Chapter Veterans Organizations, Chapters Veterans Trust Funds, Business Unit Numbers 703014 to 703124 shall receive 1/2 of their FY 2020 fiduciary fund allocation as of September 30th, 2020 for the continued operation of the chapter veterans organizations and provision of financial assistance to Navajo veterans beginning October 1st, 2020 and ending no later than March 30th, 2021. C, the budget extension amounts identified above shall be based on 100% of the final Navajo Nation approved fiscal year 2020 budget amounts for business unit number 703014 to 703124 as approved in CS 3019 and signed by the Navajo Nation President on September 13, 2019. In order to maintain consistency between this budget extension amount and the fiscal year 2020 general revenue fund projections, supplemental appropriations made in fiscal year 2020 shall not be included in this budget extension for business unit number 703014 to 703124. D, in order for the budget extension to be entered into the Financial Management and Information System, FMIS, the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration shall submit extension budgets for business unit number 703014 and 703124 to the Office of Management and Budget at the level of funding stated in paragraph C above by September 28, 2021. E, this budget extension shall be in effect until the Navajo Nation has enacted a FY 2021 budget for the Navajo Nation Veterans Trust Fund, Chapter Veterans Organizations, Chapters Veterans Trust Funds, Business Unit Numbers 703014 to 703124. F, the Navajo Nation Council hereby waives 12 NNC Section 840B pertaining to the adoption of a comprehensive 12-month budget in order that this budget extension be adopted and implemented. This waiver shall cease to be in effect upon adoption of the fiscal year 2021 budget for business unit number 703014 to 703124. 3, renumber letters succeeding paragraphs or sections accordingly, if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, on amendment number 13. Motion by Honorable Slater. Is there a second?
Second, Daniel So.
And so, that colleagues, this amendment did get sent out again, along with Ms. Crotty's amendment. So they were in the same email. If anybody doesn't have that, please let us know. Everybody on the board. Comments, questions, going once, going twice.
Speaker.
Go ahead, Madam Chair.
Can you
Charles Newton?
verify what? Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm sorry, can you verify what time we received that email? I'm looking through my email. I just have one that just says legislation 224-20. I don't know if that's it. And then I got another one. So can you verify what time that email was sent? Thank you.
It was the first one that was sent out when Madam Chair Amber Crotty's, well, Mr. Manuel Rico at 11:45 a.m. That, colleagues, going twice.
Speaker, question of privilege.
Yes, Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
Speaker, I apologize, but I did ask if we could have the director explain to us the budget that he submitted previous to these amendments that are being offered. And then he also, I believe he is introducing a new budget, which was emailed out to us. So I just need to know how or whether these amendments affect the new budget or whether these amendments were made to the previous budget. Thank you, Speaker.
I'm going back to the sponsor then. Honorable Slater.
Okay, I think I understand the question. So the question is, are these amendments based off of the new budget or the old budget? Right now, there's only one budget that that has gone through the process, and that's what it's referring to. I have not had time to look at what Director Zverline sent out at 10:45 this morning, and I think it's a really bad protocol to amend something right on the fly this late in the game. So that's what I'll say.
Okay, thank you. That, colleagues, any comments, questions? Not? Let's go to board on amendment number 13.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canes-Balcrotty will vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canes-Balcrotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henry votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable
Delegate James
Rick Nez
votes green.
votes. Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Edison Wanika. Speaker with a vote of 20 yeas and 0 nays. Speaker not voting.
Thank you. 20 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. Thank you. On amendment number 13. That, moving on down. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, 4 minutes, 23 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. We are working on a technical amendment for a budget form, so I'll need to reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker. It's not ready. OMB is reviewing.
Okay, 4 minutes, 14 seconds. Moving on down. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, 4 minutes, 24 seconds.
Reserve my time, Speaker.
Okay, 4 minutes, 22 seconds. Moving on down. Honorable Freeland, you ready? 2 minutes, 27
Not
seconds.
yet, Speaker. Still waiting on a budget from DNR. Reserve my time. Thank you.
Ooh, that DNR. 225. Honorable Freeland, you need our assistance? Are you good? Are you contacting?
Yes, please. I do. I'm sorry, my Vicente chapter. Yes, I could use some assistance, Speaker. Thank you from the staff.
What's
Thank
going
you.
on with Honorable Freeland's?
Point of privilege.
Well, I have a staff contacting DNR. Honorable Freeland. Point of privilege.
Thank you,
Honorable
Speaker.
Otto So.
Thank you very much. Can we just move forth with the, to incorporate a CR resolution for those programs that haven't get their documents to the council? That's all. Thank you.
You could do that. But I do believe that you would have to coordinate that amendment with which delegates are wanting, still looking at. And right now, the only one I'm looking at is Honorable Freeland. And that's it. He's the only one. The other one is just a technical. We might look forward on to see what else is coming down the pipeline when I'm asking more individuals, Honorable Otto. So,
Speaker, question privilege, Speaker.
Question privilege, Honorable Freeland.
I guess this question goes to the Office of Ledge Counsel. Do we need a budget with these amendments? Thank you, Speaker. My question privilege.
If you're swapping out budgets, you do need budgets. Swapping out or adding?
Speaker, this is Office of Legislative Counsel, and yes, we do need new budgets because the amounts are different. We need budgets that match the new amounts that Delegate Freeland is wishing to make. And as far as I can tell, we do not have those budgets yet, and they certainly have not been approved or looked at by OMB, as far as I can tell by the email traffic. So unfortunately, we are still waiting to get the right budget. Thank you.
Point of privilege, Speaker.
Departments had this whole time to help these. Sorry.
Point of privilege.
Point of privilege, Honorable Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, for all of our information, could you let us know how many pending amendments there are to the budget and how many might be evoke some sort of substantive debate, or others that might just be technical fixes? The reason I'm asking is for the benefit of all of us, how we could proceed most efficiently. And I know all of us are very busy. If we're going to have to wait on a program for another day or several hours, I think it'd be better if we recessed and came back to it if there aren't any other amendments that we need to go to right now. And that's just all I wanted to proffer. But I mean, this is absurd that we still don't have budgets for amendments that we're trying to make. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. With that, Ms. Barbroff, that is a good question. Ms. Barbroff, if there's, I know that only ones that I know of right now is Madam Chair McCry's technical amendment, Honorable Freeland's amendment with DNR. Is there any other amendments?
Yes, Speaker, as far as amendments that we do not have appropriate information for, that would be for a amendment that Delegate Charles Newton is considering. That is working with DPS and DPM, and we have not gotten the necessary information on that one yet. And that is the only other one that I know that we're waiting on information for. There are a couple of other amendments that have not been raised that all the information has been provided. Kristen, can you add anything to that?
So, Speaker, this is Kristen. Those are the only amendments that I have information on at this time. There are amendments that delegates have requested that have not been introduced, but I mean, it's up to the delegate to decide if he or she wants to pursue them.
Okay, thank you.
Speaker Davis, Vice Chair Smith.
What's going on, Vice Chair?
I have an amendment I'd like to entertain, just FYI.
Okay.
When we get to main motion. Thank you.
All right, well, let me go continue on down on the reserve time. That, moving on down, Honorable Vince James, 3 minutes and 3 seconds. Honorable Vince James, going twice. Honorable Vince James going 3 times.
Delegate James here.
Honorable Vince James, 3 minutes and 3 seconds on the main motion.
Thank you. There was an amendment that I requested from Dana in regards to doing a 6% increase for all employees. Reserve my time.
A 50% increase, a 60%.
Instead of doing a 3%, make it 6% increase.
I mean, for the general wage adjustment?
Oh, reserve my time.
Barbara? I don't know if that amendment's ready.
Speaker David, Desenio.
Or Ms. Lowell?
Speaker, this is Kristen. Can you just give us 1 moment to confer on that? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Chairman Henio, what's going on?
Yes, I have a question also, a procedural question. Me being the sponsor of this legislation and sitting for it, I have an amendment that needs to be put before council, and wondering if as sponsor under your leadership, am I allowed to make that amendment, or do I need to get another delegate to help me with sponsoring this amendment to our 24th Navajo Nation Council? That's my question.
Chairman Henio, it'd be for the best to ask somebody to sponsor your amendment for you. Or
thank you.
Or you can have your co-sponsor, Madam Chair Amber Crotty, take over, and you can sponsor the amendment yourself.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Shamanda.
Okay. That. Just waiting on Office Legislative Council on a response to Honorable Vince James' question.
Speaker, this is Kristen. Dana has the amendment and she is going to send that out just in a minute or two.
Okay. As soon as we get it over here, we'll start reading into the record.
Speaker.
Honorable Halona, you have your hand raised on Zoom. You have a question? Again, colleagues, anybody that's joining us right now, we are on legislation 0224-20, and this is a Navajo Nation Council budget session. We are having this budget session to hear this legislation, and this legislation is our annual Navajo Nation fiscal year comprehensive budget session. And this year we are considering our 2021 comprehensive budget and moving on forward on that. So right now we are almost going, we are waiting on a response from Office of Legislative Counsel and moving forward. We just received it from Office of Legislative Counsel. So we are going on to Honorable Vince James as amendment number 14. If you could read that amendment into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the Nomination Council, Amendment 14, page 3, line 23, amend paragraph C as follows. The Nomination Council Resolution CF-07-11, titled Establishing and Designating the Personnel Account Savings as Restricted Carryover Funds to be used for administering and maintaining the classification and pay plans by the Department of Personnel Management, and further implementing a moratorium on any future proposed budget revisions and or reallocations from the general fund personnel account savings. Establish a moratorium on any future proposed budget revisions and or reallocations from the general funds personnel account savings, and require those savings to go in annual general wage adjustment step increase and other salary adjustments to the pay plan. In addition, that any excess or surplus funds shall be deposited to the unreserved undesignated fund balance, UUFB. The nomination controller projects the personnel lapse amount is $13,083,541. The nomination adopts a general wage adjustment, Exhibit G, overstrike, wherein those employees earning less than $40,000 annually will receive a 3% general wage adjustment, and overstrike, underscore, wherein employees with salaries at $4,000 or less will receive a 4% general wage adjustment, GWA. Employees with salaries at $40,001 to $59,999 will receive a 2% GWA, and employees with salaries at $60,000 and over shall receive a 1% GWA, and underscore, and waives the requirement of excess and surplus funds deposit to the UUFB, and hereby approves funds from the fiscal year 2021 personnel savings funds as follows. 1. General wage adjustment 3%, Exhibit G, sub-exhibit C. Overstrike 3,846,992. Overstrike 1,229,870. And overstrike underscore 2,314,499. 2. Page 4, line 8, add new paragraph as follows. Now a nation hereby waives section 7G5 on page 29 of the Nomination Personnel Policies Manual dated June 3rd, 2020 as necessary to effectuate the FY 2021 general wage adjustment set forth above.
Is there a point of order?
This is Delegate James. That is the wrong amendment that was emailed out. The amendment is in regard to 6% increase for all Navajo Nation employees in regards to the general wage adjustment. Instead of providing 3% increase, let's provide the 6% increase for all positions throughout the nation. That's the amendment that I made. That's the wrong amendment that's being made. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, we'll correct it. Go ahead. Is there one? That's the only one we got from Office Legislative Council.
I did, Speaker, I did let Legislative Council Dana know of the wrong amendment.
Okay, so my question is, back to Legislative Council, is the amendment ready at this time? Honorable Otto So, point of order.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Council rule of order that the amendment's not ready. Why are you entertaining it? Thank you.
That's what I just now asked Leg Council. Is Leg Council the sole or
Ledge Council is doing the best it can over here, so hang on just a second, please, and we will get you the amendment.
Okay. Ms. Barbroff, do you guys need more time on it? If so, I can go on. If it's not ready.
Delegate James.
Honorable James.
Thank you, speakers and members of the council. In regards to the amendments, since the legislative legal counsel is still working on amendments, can I make a motion to recess until tomorrow to have all amendments before us? Thank you, Speaker. Reserve my time.
Okay, Kristen. Can you get Kristen or someone, please?
Yeah, this is Kristen.
I will second that motion, Mr. Speaker.
I was talking to myself the whole time. Sorry, colleagues. Somebody muted me. With that, 201, recognize that motion. Honorable Vince James, second by Honorable Otto. So to recess until tomorrow at 10 a.m. Comments, questions? Going once, going twice, 3 times. Go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Yellow votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canesbaugh Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Jamie Henio.
Mahenia votes red.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes red. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Red.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Halona votes green. Sorry.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Edison Wanika. Speaker, with a vote of 14 yeas and 5 nays, Speaker not voting.
With a vote of 14 in favor,
Speaker,
5
Dr.
opposed.
Begay.
Elmer Begay, how do you
Eugene
vote?
So votes green. Eugene So votes green.
Eugene So votes green. That's 15. Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. That's 16. 16 in favor, 5 opposed. Motion carries. We are recessed until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Speaker. I can take
If
my
you
nap
need the
now.
budgets, if you need anything, if you need assistance, please reach out to the speaker's office. Honorable Freeland, we are working on yours.